Good evening. It is that day of the week. It is Saturday night, and we are distinctly here. Um, just gonna poke that slightly. So, pleased to say that I have been slightly busy today. Not as busy as I could have been, I will admit. I got up later. I have had a headache all afternoon, possibly slightly related to eye strain, but that's a whole different kettle of fish. And I will note, it's getting hot again. It's getting warmer now. Now, I have something to show you. You may recall yesterday I showed you some of my tatting. I didn't sort that out before the stream, did I? What an idiot. Let's straighten that out. There we go. Now, so let's move this down a little bit. I showed you a chunk of tatting yesterday. And, well, this is not going to win Beauty of the Year award. Nor is it spectacular. Nor is it delicate. And arguably it's not that pretty. But it is actually quite a practical fabric. Now, before I show it to you, I want you to realise that, as you well know, this is almost the entirety of my tatting career. I did briefly make 3 little doodads. But this was kind of it. And I know that looks a bit wonky, but it is actually straighter than that. Right, so this was my entire catching career, and I followed a YouTube tutorial to get the square. I made these up because I quite like the idea of the 5-pointed star. But the problem with the 5-pointed star was I was trying to think out how you would tessellate them. And the answer to that is with difficulty. Because, of course, they're not even. So I remade them, in a smaller thread in fact, as 6-pointed stars. So let me zoom in a little on this. Down a little bit, like this. Oops. So if we zoom into that, you will see that, well, reasonably we have, and that's looking dark. Why have I not got my white balance on again? Did I turn the white balance off? Quite possibly, because it was causing problems previously. Focus, no. White balance, no. Huh. Oh, I think I turned this off before. Somewhere around about there. Anyway, so this is not perfect. I'm aware of that, but the little hexagons, as technically they are, the 6-sided, make it easy to tessellate. And being quite au fait with hexagons after my patchworking days. Now, obviously, for scale, there's a hand. It is kind of small coaster size at this time. And I don't actually know whether I want to make more of these, or a bigger thing, or to make more hexagons and worry about trying to join them later. Now, one of the things I will say about this was that I made the line across the middle. Then I made the next line. Well, actually, I tended to go right to left each time. Part of the advantageous part of doing that, so obviously the first one you just make one, right? The next one, you join at the points. The 2 points of the next flower touch the first, and repeat. When you come to here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 points. So you do 4 points and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. So you do 5 points until you get to the end. So the last one you make, so if you start at the first point of contact because you work anti-clockwise, you will always make the last flower petal without having to join it. So it makes it a lot easier to join, which is why the latter ones look a little bit more, well, less shitty is possibly the better phrase for it. But this was me. But it's also got quite a bit of drape to it. It's also slightly stretchy. So I was kind of thinking how realistically it might be quite nice to make a shawl out of. Not, bear in mind I'm not really a shawl person, but it's got a bit of weight to it, but not ridiculous. So it would, you'd feel it on you. It wouldn't be like wearing nothing and having almost like an irritant on your skin. It would actually be, you know, viable, shall we call it. Let's move this over a little bit. There you go. So let's move it down slightly so you can see a bit more of what's going on. That feels a bit... Where's the edge of the table? Oh, it's just doing its wobble thing. But yeah, we've so I have been busy today, just not doing useful busy things. Guess you know me. Why do something useful when you can be making something? Just having a bit of a move around so I've got a bit more space on my table. Don't need pins for a minute. Yeah, I'm beginning to worry that 4 meters is not enough, which is going to be annoying if it's not, but because it does feel like we've let out quite a lot of our bobbin and we're only 5 inches in. But of course, if you actually think of how much we let them down, it's like an inch, and this is a big chunk of letting them down for me, so maybe not. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. It just seems that we've had quite a lot of lengthening adjustments as we've worked down, and it feels more like you've added, like, you know, a couple of feet to it rather than tried playing a bit of games. Did a bit of gaming this afternoon, but my hands hurt. I keep trying to go numb, which is not a good thing. Are you taking after your sister? Table looks like it's dipping down that way a bit. Sort this bobbin out. comes out. Definitely does seem to be a trend. Goodness, this one needed to go back a fair way to get rid of the bottom bit. See what my co-worker wants in a minute. Growl. See what he says. Hello. How are you? Fair enough. At some point it will be long enough for me to put my thing on the back. Roll, whatever you want to call it. But right now, although there is a section of it, it's not really long enough because, and the simple really reason is, this is a smooth piece of wood. There is no way to attach it. So it has to wrap round almost a couple of times before it will actually really stick. So I'm kind of slightly disappointed about that, to be honest. It is for rolling shit around it. Let me demonstrate with a temporal tape measure. It has little holes in the end. So if I get two long pokey things, it can poke into like this, right? And the idea is you wrap shit around it so that it does not trail onto the floor when you have made it. So then you would attach it to the back of the pillow like this, and the lace would not get dirty and muddied and shit, but of course nothing actually holds it on in the first place. What it really needs is pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's, nicely made, but to be honest, it would actually be nicer with flat ends. Well, I thought about using blue painter's tape, but I don't really want the stick on it. What of course would be really useful she says having an idea. She's had an idea, people. Now, somewhere in here is this. I have this, which looks like a black worm to you, and the reason for that is, well, it kind of is a black worm, actually. Oh, go away, Mr. Moth. Right. Now, what is the black worm? The black worm... I thought that was elastic. That's not elastic. There's another one in there then. There should be some elastic in here. Is this elastic? No, that feels like a rubber. That's a rubber band. There should be elastic. Much like this. What are you? Why do I have black elastic bands? Hang on, it's a bit of an empty out. Oh, I see why. Let's see, it's part of something else. Somewhere there should be some elastic. For elastic would work well, would it not? Is that it? That's it. I knew it was here somewhere. You'll see what I mean in a minute. you being awkward? Fit in, you miserable piece of crap. Right, that's my little box safely put back together. Put the things on top. So, it says here 2 spare. Now, this is a worm of elastic, and my thinking process is if I tie a knot one end and I tie a knot the other end, there'll be elastic in the middle to hold the lace down. And as they have conveniently provided a knobble, we can see what we can see. Especially as I don't need knobbles on the end. The knobble does not gain us anything. So if we put knobble on, it's a bit long, but length is somewhat useful because I need somewhat tautness for the lace to be held down. So, like this, now the lace can go under the doody bit, like this, and be held down, which will encourage it to stay still. After all, it's hardly to be running around. And then, feels like there's a pin or 2 or 3, but basically I will be able to more easily attach it, because I could put a bit under and then kind of go back on itself. There's a couple of pins down here that have kind of got away. Maybe it's a bit longer than I thought. Oh. I mean, the only other slightly annoying thing about this is it's only got 2 pinholes, i.e. there. There's no like quarter turns, so you can't do smaller adjustments on it. Itchy, 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 itchy. Oh, let's move you over here a minute, because look, I do not need assistance with my lace making. Thank you. It is. It is a deliberate plan. Saturday nights, either. Yes, it is late. It is 10 to 11. We will be streaming for up to 4 or 5 hours, depending on how well I do and how tired I get. I deliberately stream late on a Saturday night because A, it's Saturday night, and it gives me a day to recover before I have to go back to work. But of course, it's a 3-day weekend this weekend here in the UK. We have public holiday on Monday, so, and I'm off next week. I didn't say that too loud. But already the weather's going to be shit, so it knows I've got the weekend off. It's bank holiday. Yeah, it's bank holiday Monday. Last Monday in August, darling. Every year. Unlike most of the others that tend to move, this one is pretty good. No. But yes, it is the last bank holiday of the... it is the end of summer bank holiday. Yes, it is bank holiday Monday, so we've got a 3-day weekend. Which means I don't have to get up early. Plus, as I said, I've got next week off, so I don't have to get up early next week. Which is slightly annoying because then Monsters Memory goes into a week-long test, and so I will be back at work, which is slightly irksome because I would have been great if it could have coincided. But it means I don't have to get up early this week, especially. So I can kind of do dumb stuff like staying up a bit. I'm not intending to do too much of that because I'm getting too old to, you know, push the clock round, as my phrase used to be. I've always been very good at being awake late. I'm not very good at getting up early. That's okay. Thank you for appreciating me. No, I do this every week. This is in the plans. If you actually look at my schedule, it is a planned thing. Late night Saturdays is a weekly event. Just so that people who are not normally able to may be able to come and say hello. So that is why I do late night Saturdays. So that people who don't get the chance, or, you know, always tend to slightly miss it, or it's at dinner time or whatever, have a chance. Spam bots, you have come to die. I thought Twitch was supposed to be doing more about their spam bot recognition. Oh, and spam bots are already dead. Oh, why they bother? a bit warm tonight. It was alright all day, but it's a bit warm now. I even had to check if my central heating had kicked in or something, because then I feel warm. But no, the central heating has not kicked in. And before you ask why I don't turn it off, well, I don't, but I do. It's set to a temperature that's unlikely to come on. And, you know, should it snow in the middle of July or whatever, it would come on. But it's kind of got to be that drastic for it to wake up, so... The one thing that I do find really quite annoying is pins like this. These are not ridiculously expensive. They're not cheap, but they're not ridiculously expensive. The little ball things that I had a minute ago, they're £5 each. It is ridiculous. It's a bit of clay rolled in some of those like paint with diamonds shit, and it's £5. It feels somewhat extortion. The state of all these bobbins. I also swear it's one of those, the more you try and fix it, the more problems you see. Kind of moments. I don't know what that was, but I'm sure it's not exciting. Hello, Evie. How you doing? It goes. I also had side project where I made this. Which I quite enjoyed doing. It's kind of good because it's a bit stretchy, but not ridiculously stretchy. But, well, it could be. I mean, currently, yes, it's the right size for a coaster. But I could add to it. Because you make little flower things and you join them at the points. So if I was going to join some more, I'd probably start, if I was going to make it more triangular pointed, I'd do 2 here, 2 here. So you join at that one, and that one, and then that one, that one, that one, that one, and then, repeat it all the way around. So it's easy to expand upon it. And I am tempted to see if I can make something bigger, but at the same time, I quite like that. I quite like how that's turned out. And to be honest, if I tell you that yesterday, when I streamed, I'd only got, hang on, that little bit there, the first 2 rows, and I did, well, actually I did that, I had that one and that one, but I've done that row and those 2 rows today. And it's not like I was trying hard. You grew quite quick, really. It's got a bit of weight to it, which is nice. Now, obviously, for this, don't want weight in it. It's a net curtain. If it had this kind of weight to it, it would be too heavy. Because, if this was like, half a metre by a metre, it would weigh a lot. And it would probably be too heavy. I mean, it would make a good kind of mesh to go in front of a door on a summer's day, but it would be a bit heavy as a, it'd be alright as a curtain, but not really as a net curtain. It kind of defeats the light meshiness of a net curtain. If you can hear snoring, you'd be right. Certain Mr. Paws is having a snore. I do feel like I might have overdone the whole security layers of pins here. Considering I can barely reach round to where they are. is very difficult to be talkative, and other than general rants while doing this. One, two, three, 6, 7. Reminds me, let me have a quick look on Amazon and eBay and places. I want to have a quick look for long pins. See, it's funny how, boomer job again, a set of owls, so 10 of them, or at least quite a few of them, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that shows 7, but it could just be per thing. It says count thread counting pins, so it's not entirely clear to me. Hang on. It is a single, per pin. Per pin, £4.50. I mean, it would do. It's quite pretty. Just looking at hat pins and things. They're generally hat pins, but there are interesting options. But they all seem to be like £5 each, which seems expensive. So that's more like it. Couple of inches long, and you get a bunch, 100 it says, for £4. That's kind of up my alley. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some pretty ones, but none of them are kind of cheap, if you know what I mean. Go sneeze in a minute. Itchy nose. She's trying to make me sneeze. As I said, bear with me, I'm just looking around at hat pins. See if I can find some interesting but not ridiculously expensive hat pins, because they are useful, but they need to be fairly sturdy. Now, of course, the original hat pins were made out of, well, big chunky stuff, like the ones, but most of these are made out of flimsy stuff. I really want the nasty kind of really cheap ones, because, well, they strike me as a tad too cheap for a reason. I quite like those. Sadly, all the ones on Etsy seem to be ridiculously overpriced. I'm not paying £7 for one pin. Much as they're pretty and they're interesting, and I'm sure they're not, they take time to make, and, they don't exactly rain from the sky. But I'm certainly not paying fucking 18 quid for one. All of these ones on Etsy, they have some nice ones, and they're not. They're just really expensive. Even my glasses need cleaning, as always. I have to admit I am hungry. I'm hungry. I am really hungry. So I'm going to beg your humble apologies, and I'm going to get me a snack because I am that hungry. I'm really distracted. Back in a minute. There we go, back again. I have brought with me snack, so I'm going to eat snack at you now. And no worries, EP. Dinner. Yes, I do apologise, but my stomach was distracting me by being hungry. There we go. Hello, miss. Getting longer and longer and annoying. We'll grab some of these. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, I spot with my little eye an incompleted stitch. Now it's a completed stitch. is awfully warm. It's really hot for midnight. Well, to be honest, don't think it's that hot outside. It's inside that's proving to be the main core issue. Although, 18 degrees out, it's 23 in. And it's the 23 in that's the problem. It's a bit warmer than I'd like indoors, personally. Might have to cut back on the number of pin collection. Because if I reduce it back a bit, there's a bit more space to be rolling this round the roller. But there are indeed, other than the slight, I do feel a burning need to reduce a few pins. So let's just I know how that goes. I did midnight snack kind of deal, so I'm not a lot better than... I'm hardly one to criticise here, you know. I'm just culling a few of the pins at the back to raise so that... Because while this is a reasonable amount, and I don't want to lose too many pins, because I do want it to be at least, you know, just over the horizon rather than, you know, heading halfway down the other side. Because, well, otherwise there's no real room to put the roller thingy on. So I need at least some level of space back here to be applying the roller to. So I'm just taking off a thin layer of pins to marginally lessen the and then checking I haven't missed any is pretty much the deal. So there's a couple more this side, I think. Yeah, that's kind of level. But you know what? It's looking pretty smart. I mean, if I edge it forward, you'll see what I mean. See, look, looking pretty smart. I mean, it's not very level of pin. It's not very level. I mean, I've got... Well, it would seem a reasonable potential. I mean, given that, you know, they are not generally the brightest individuals in their current state, they do look more like, you know, pre-caffeinated caffeine addicts that are after a snack. You're right, they do. So yeah, I think there could be something in that. You should propose this as a scientific study, because, well, the number of scientific studies you hear getting like 15 grand payouts to research grants, that's the word I'm after, you know, it's as valid as half the shit out there. I mean, as you say, it is one of those things is that, I mean, they've always said that an awful lot of stories have an element of truth to them, you know, like myths and legends and things, is that there is an element of truth, it's just been warped by time. So, as mankind has banged on about zombies and vampires for a really, really long time, maybe you're right. Maybe that's all zombies really are basically sleepwalking hungry people, you know? And the reason they come after your brains is because they've not got enough wherewithal to kind of make their own sandwich, so they're after you because you might make them a sandwich. made a mistake then, but I'm good. The other thing that's really annoying about this fly trap thing is the base is about this big. Well, in fact, here it is. It's not very wide and it's not very heavy. As a result of this, oop, big mothy thing. Don't really want to zap you, big mothy thing. Where did you go? Come on, out of there. Come on. That's fine. Fly into the light then later. So yeah, it makes it very wobbly. borrowed from here, didn't I? Wasn't back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only one. There you go. You have that back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yay! For now, I should put you down. We will need you, and we will need you. I need a quick loo break. Be right back. back again. Feel better now. No worries, Mill Scout. Thank you for coming. It's always good to see you. You'll have to send me some pictures of your work. No offence, but it's your nets are exactly the same as my lace making, and you happily watch me, my friend. But I would love to see it. Anyway, but yeah, something for tomorrow. This is the advantage of having spots to work from. Seriously, um, because there are spots, you end up keeping the lines and the shape. Now, I'm going to guess that when you do your joins, that if you're making a mesh, you don't end up with kind of above and below. You end up like crochet does, with like a post, a post, a post going up in a diagonal. So it would lead to getting close to the end and then, well, kind of not. Um, okay. that doesn't explain so easily then why you're losing a join. I'd have to say it. I'm sure as a not that I wish to dispute your knottiness, but as someone who's spent a lot of time crafting mesh shapes out of various skills, a second pair of eyes might be helpful, maybe, possibly. Doubt it, but you know, willing to try and all that. Plus, programmer brain, I'm very good at spotting the difference. Oh, honey, you have no idea. I know the feeling well. Not that you get eye strain from tiny arse knots and things, but I can imagine your brain will overheat because you are so desperately looking for how it's gone wrong. I get headaches from that a lot. Hence, I think today I've had a lot of headaches because not only did I work out the pattern for this, but I found new and unique ways to screw it up on occasions. I mean, seriously, 4, make a bit of a loop, 4, make a bit of a loop, 4, make a bit of a loop, 4, then tie a knot at the end, an overhand knot, casual knot, then do 4, join it to the last loop in that one, 4, make a loop, you know, repeat, and then join as you go. I mean, counting to 4, I mean, it's so difficult. Oddly enough, the counting to 4 was not the bits that I usually got wrong. It was everything else. But, you know, as I said, you know, I absolutely understand. Well, I can potentially help with that because, again, the crochet world is basically kind of a similar idea of making knots and increases and decreases. So, you know, I may have some ideas. I came across some woman on YouTube last night, and I don't know who she was, to be honest, wasn't really paying a lot of attention. I was mooching on YouTube, as one does, and she had been making some socks, and they didn't fit. She'd made these beautiful socks with really intricate skulls on, and it had obviously been a labour of love, and she was quite sad because she was having to, you know, rip back through all of her work and undo it because, well, you know, they didn't go over a heel. And I kind of went, well, first of all, you don't have to rip them all back. You could just stop at the heel and turn them into gloves. And it was kind of like, that's genius. And then it was, or you could double knit them, because then they'd stretch. What? Well, if you double knit them, you don't get the strands on the back to catch your toes in, and they'll stretch. So, you know, I kind of blew her mind last night, and it was kind of like, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, no, that's why I did it. That's why I learnt it, you know. Hey! That's your dog barking in the garden. Rory! Where is he? What have you done with him? Yes, you don't bump my nose. What were you woofing at, my friend? What did you woof at? It's 1:45 in the morning. We do not be barking in the garden. No. Little man. My beautiful little man. We do not be barking in the garden. Not at this hour of the night. No. No, we don't. I don't care if you heard Mr. Fox or there's that funny bird crying in the garden. We've got a bird in the garden and it's really hard to explain because I'm not a bird person. No, this is definitely a bird. But it goes, wah, wah, wah. We don't normally have birds that make that sound over here. And I don't know what it is, but it was flying around because it was definitely flying. It's either that or foxes go up at about... Oh yeah, probably. I mean, we've got loads of them. Apparently there are badgers out there. I've never seen one, but there are badgers, bunnies. There's all sorts of things out there. But you can't see them. However, you can hear them. So you might have heard the foxes, because the foxes are quite vocal. But yeah, it's either that or next door are in their hot tub at stupid hour and you've just scared the crap out of them by barking at them. But it was only one woof, which is a good thing, because I don't need the reputation of Mrs. Outback. I do know her name if I think hard enough, but we call her Mrs. Lives Outback because she's just fucking rude. She really is. Her dogs bark a hell of a lot. And I do, you know, and coming from a dog owner, I've got lots of sympathy for a barking dog. But me and my next door neighbour, who's also a dog owner, frankly, it's just as well the UK has gun laws, you know? Because there'd be one less problem in the world, I think, if there weren't, you know? Not the dog, you understand, the owner. Please understand, it would not be the dog. It's just, seriously, it is almost every day, and it is hours of it. Absolute hours of it, and it gets just a little bit much, you know? Well, you can't carry here, so to be honest, I don't think that's... Oh, I've never heard that one. I do think you'd be more likely to fight back than certain other races that... Yeah. That I can believe. That I can definitely believe. You'd wallop them one on the nose, and well, that seems like a perfectly good reasonable thing to me. If I'm right, we're on inch 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've made it to basically inch number 6. So I'm going to mark that off on my lovely little thing. There we go. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good night. Gonna have to get pricking holes in the next one. It's going to ping out the bottom in a minute. For there is the end, look. See? We are rapidly closing in on the end of the first strip. No, that's 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Sort this out a bit. Hey Bianca, how are you? Sounds good to me. I never played that one. That day was not bad. I got some stuff done today. Not, of course, the stuff I should be doing, you understand, but I made this. Well, most of that. Because I can, you understand. I really like it. It's made out of thicker crochet thread, lace making thread. So, for example, here is the thread. Actually, let me wind this back on here a bit because it's got a bit carried away. So, this is the thread that I have used for that, and this is the thread that I use for making the curtain, for example. So if I extract that out from under there a moment, bear with me, you can see that one is distinctly fatter than the other. Because I'm not likely to use, I bought a bulk load of someone's old thread collection, and this came with it. So it is stupidly thin. And not the thinnest, you understand. I have actually worked with thinner. And I did contemplate it, but I did want it to have a bit of strength to it. So, for example, when you see me do this, which I'm about to actually do, so it works out. So when I do this and I grab a few and I give it a good tug, you have no idea actually how much I am truly putting an awful lot of pressure on that. Quite a few of the thinner lace threads would not survive. In fact, I know someone who... I made a bookmark out of the really, really thin shit, and I was talking to someone, and she said she couldn't make anything that thin again because she couldn't even do, like, normal work with it. And it was kind of like, I didn't have that problem. I only had, I think, 2 whole threads breaking in an entire bookmark, which, considering it was my first time with such thin threads, seemed pretty reasonable, to be honest. But it is a considerable issue. Now, obviously, for a net curtain, while it's not likely, shall we say, to have a hard life, you don't really want it falling apart and under its own weight, do you? Because obviously it will be subject to a lot of sunshine, potentially, and all the rest of it. So it could go a little bit more aged quickly, shall we call it. So the last thing you really want is to spend most of a year making a net curtain and within 6 months have it fall apart and tear because of its own weight. Or you have it for 6 months, it looks like the dog wiped their butt on it, so you wash it, and even just by placing it in water it then disintegrates, you know. I don't need that kind of thought in my life. Plus, to be honest, these bobbins weigh a lot, and if I had the stupidly thin thread on it, they'd probably be a bit too much for it. Now, this thread is pretty damn thin. It is still thicker than the normal thread you would buy these days for your sewing machine. It is thinner, however, than what my mother used to call button thread. It is... I mean, the stuff we use in sewing machines and overlockers these days is stuff my mother wouldn't have used for tacking because it was so thin and fragile. So we have kind of gone from one extreme to another. But it is cotton. This one is a kind of a cotton linen type. Actually, hang on, bear with me 1 second. So this is the stuff, although this is the thicker one. And it says on it, doesn't actually say what's in it. Oi! What's all this about? What's all this about? Madam? No! No! Right, oh, no. We do not start this at 1 o'clock in the morning. No. Just because you slept all day. You did. Don't give me that tone of fare. You are an incredibly sleepy dog. You get out of bed in the morning with reluctance. I swear it's like living with teenagers. You don't want to get out of bed in the morning. You look really mad when I get out of bed. But this stuff is supposed to work a little bit like cotton linen, which, you know, is supposed to be a thing. Actually, does it say how many metres are on this one? Oh, this is 900 metres too. I didn't realise. I mean, to give you an idea, you know, this is a full one, but the fat one, hang on, if I bring it back, bear in mind I've taken some off, they're both 900 metres. It is quite a considerable difference. Yeah. Kind of scary shit, really. But then if you think of, say, this stuff, which is more of how we're used to seeing it. This is usually only like 250 metres, but of course it's also got a big amount of air in the middle, so it's harder to compare. But if I pull a small bit of this is size 20, I think. Cotton, crochet cotton. I mean, but it is quite useful for outlining shapes in lacework, as well, of course, generally other things. One of you smells. Might be me, but I don't think so. One of you smells like butts. I still think I've got too many pins. That doesn't look right. But it is. So we will keep going. I lean so far forward and put so much weight on my feet that when I lean back and lift my left leg to move it, it's like it's kind of a dead weight. Pardon me. No. You should still be listening to Heartbound, which is the original soundtrack. I haven't thrown you music today because I'm listening to Doctor Who. So no, it should be the same. I mean, it's the same one you get if you listen to it on YouTube and stuff. Oh, I like watching Doctor Who. I do quite a bit. Yeah. For me, I like them all. Well, I stopped liking them at Jodie Whittaker, to be honest. And it wasn't because she was female. It was just shit. I wasn't one of those people who went, Doctor Who can't be a woman. Because Missy, fucking cracking. I loved Missy. But Doctor Who, Jodie Whittaker, the story was shockingly poor. And I can't bring myself to watch it. I didn't really like the Shooty Catcher stuff either. As Trev, my ex-husband, would put it, it's too woke. There was too much trying to be inclusive for the sake of it all, and trying to, it was kind of shoehorned in there. And yeah, but the story didn't support it. You can have stories where it really doesn't matter, and it's not the important part. But when you almost make it kind of like the point of the episode, it kind of, I mean, do you think of all the comments about Captain Jack Harkness and how, he's a 31st century guy, and, even with the Chris Eccleston, he's a bit more free who he dances with, right? There's been many hints since the revival of Doctor Who, but there were ways to do it and ways to do it, and Captain Jack was a brilliant way to do it. Captain Jack clearly was not a womanizer. He was an everythingizer. He was just randy, and so that was built in, but it always fitted in. Whereas too much of the stuff these days is kind of like, if we use the stereotypical conversation of, hello, I'm a vegan, right? The joke of, you'll know if you met a vegan because they'll have told you. When that is part of the episode, when that is an essential key part of the thing, it kind of detracted from me the point about the fact that we can go anywhere in time and space, we can see anything. Do we really think your sexual preferences, your choices in life, your minor disabilities, your major disabilities, do they matter? If the answer is no, then nobody cares. It's the same as colour and religious preference. It's the one thing, religious preference, although there have been mentions of religion in Doctor Who, it's never been which one's right and which one's wrong. And as a general rule, religion is not really paid, or human religions have not really paid any part in Doctor Who. And, and it's kind of like, we don't need to bring that in. We do not need to force that level of story when there's so many other stories we can tell. Now, it's not that those things aren't relevant to the world, but Doctor Who's not about being in the world. Doctor Who is about aliens and time travel, for Christ's sake. So I don't know. I kind of... It's a bit like my Formula One life. I, from a child, was avidly into Formula One. Almost more so than my dad. And good few years ago, in fact, just before I moved into this house, I got bored of it. Round about the same time Jensen Button left mine, but I didn't want to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch qualifying and the race live. I just couldn't be bothered. It wasn't a good use of my time. And for me, watching the Jodie Couric stories, the last few she did were better, but the earlier ones were terrible. It was like watching a B-rate movie. The acting was crap, the story was crap. Oh, thank God for that, it's over, And that's a horrific thing. I love Doctor Who. I'm not sure where we stand today, because obviously with... it depends if you count the first ones as part of the number or not. Hang on one moment, I shall look it up. Because I'm watching it, I don't really want to... Oh, okay. Excuse me. Episodes. So, she did season 11 and 12. And possibly 13. No, the Shooty Capture ones were much more Doctor Who-y in style, but his companion... Yeah, I mean, I like all of it. I think it's one of those things is that, for me, the Shooty Capture ones were too silly. They were too childish. One episode was about space babies. There was a singing one. The companion in it didn't really have the awe and wonder of space-time travel. She almost was bossing him around. And it wasn't in a Clara kind of manner. It was... She just kind of... If they'd made her Doctor Who and him the companion, it probably would have worked better. Kind of manner, right? It was very weird. It didn't work for me. Now, I'm sure it worked for somebody, but it didn't work for me. And I watched them, but it was too much about her, if you know what I mean. And it was more like he was the chauffeur. You know, it just didn't really fit in my mind. It didn't feel very Doctor Who-y, to be honest. Doesn't feel right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There it is. Just feels odd that that's... Oh no, that is right, because you are part of that one and need to stay out. That's fine. So yeah, it was a shame, because like all of it, you know, any Doctor Who usually is better than no Doctor Who, but it was one of those, maybe not this time, you know. But Jodie Whittaker, I think, spoilt it for me. The fact that it was just so... It was, you know, they'd changed the writers, and like everything, if you change the actors, you change the writers. Why are you even calling it the same show, right? There was no continuity between any of it. And while Doctor Who is designed around changing actors, when there is nothing to tie it all together, it just kind of was crap. Well, yes. Shooty Kutcher apparently is definitely left. Well, at the very end of the last episode, they showed Billie Piper. Which would be weird. Yep. Well, it wasn't clear. It wasn't entirely clear. Let me show you. Hang on. Hang on. So let me get to it and I will. I don't know how well it'll work, but right. I'm not sure how well this will work, but we can give it a go. I do this, and do you see a paused picture of Shooty Katra? You should do. Right, let me play the regeneration and you'll see what I mean. You haven't got sound, I appreciate that, but that'll be difficult. So, there you go. Now, that doesn't 100% mean she's going to be the next Doctor. They could continue the transformation into somebody else. Because, of course, you know, Rose Tyler did look into the heart of the TARDIS and all of that. And so it may be the TARDIS was pulling a strong memory at the time. Because, you know, when River Song was changing size, she says, shush, I'm concentrating on a dress size. You know, maybe there is some influence going in it. But confusion is rife, is the short answer. I would hope that she is not going to be a Doctor. But with the right writing, now it could be, because bear in mind, the Doctor, you may not know this if you didn't watch it, I can't remember what he called it. It was something like bi-generated, in that David Tennant came back at the end of Jodie Whittaker. Thank fuck, David Tennant came back for a bit. There were a bunch of episodes. Then he bi-generated into him and Shooty Katra. So there is a David Tennant Doctor Who, arguably, out there in the universe. So it could be he is kind of the best. I'm not going to disagree with that. That's why I've got a David. I've got a David Tennant thing somewhere around. But I also have a K9 Funko Pop, so I can't really argue. But it could be that because of the bilocation, whatever they called it, she could be part of the love of the Doctor. Because Shooty Katra was a bit kind of hippie. So you could kind of maybe, you know, Rose lives on in the Doctor, and, you know, it's a big part of him and his memories, and, you know, so he chose a face he would remember. And then you could reunite them. But at the same time, it would still be a bit weird. Um, I think partly they've left it open because they don't know where they're going. Um, Disney have kind of given up, which I don't think is a bad thing. I mean, with all due respect, it's a British show. Leave it alone. Um, so, with that in mind, I think, you know, there is so much they could be doing with it, but it is kind of, it's certainly up in the air. There's no news as to when the next bit will be back, whether there's going to be a Christmas special. There's just kind of nothing. Now, would it be nice if Billy Piper and David Tennant did something for Christmas? Not going to say no to that. But we've also got to remember it's been quite a while now. They are not, you know, young spring chickens that they were at the time when they filmed the original stuff. And of course, you know, it is very difficult because, of course, we've had so many episodes now where the Doctor's lived for, you know, Peter Capaldi goes through, funnily enough, the episode I was almost watching, the one after this, I think he goes through millennia breaking back into the TARDIS in the tower and all the rest of it. So dude's not a young spring chicken. There should be no baby making kind of thing going on in the TARDIS. And as Jackie Tyler would say, that's one hell of an age gap. So, you know, there is a whole kind of weirdness to it all. And I just kind of don't know. I just have this reservation, I guess, as to how they're going to do everything that can make sense. Because, I mean, let's face it, we know he was... Well, that was the weird bit. I'm pretty sure David Tennant bumbles on about being 900 and something years old. With the Matt Smith character that came after, we see a piece of paper where his age is written down to be something like 902. I'm pretty sure Chris Eccleston mentions he's 900 years old. So, but if we go on, you know, sort of like, we know that Matt Smith at one point mutters that I think he's 1,000 years old. Well, again, there's that kind of... Excuse me, did you just throw something? I think I just got dive bombed by an insect. I don't know what it was, but it hit my arm. Anyway, it was certainly big enough. That was a big moth. If that hits my electric thing, that could be really funny. Be more like barbecue. Go away. But yeah, I don't know. It's like all of these things is that Doctor Who, you're allowed to change a lot of the characters. The companions come and go. The doctors come and go. Oh, will you sod off? You've been on the wine or something, haven't you? Get out of there. This one's definitely half drunk. Keeps flying into everything. Anyway, I don't know how they're going to recover this one though. It kind of feels like they've gone a bit too far down a rabbit hole to be backing out easily. And they can hardly do the Dallas, it was all but a dream kind of shit. So, I don't know quite how they're going to... As I say, the only thing I can think of is that because technically David Tennant is still the Doctor out there, they could arguably kind of reunite them and snap it all back together somehow, get him to do another series, and then pass it on properly to the next guy as kind of a... The Shooty Cutter only had a small lifespan, and in its dying moments it remembered Rose kind of thing. But be a bit lame, wouldn't it? So yeah, I'm sure Reddit would have a lot to say on the matter, to be honest. Because, well, will you piss off? Otherwise I'm gonna smack you. Getting annoying. These bug things really don't seem to work that well. Give that one a rest. Put that one back in. Right. Where was I? Let's do this one. So yeah, I don't know how they'll recover. As I say, I do think there is scope, but since when have they ever done the sensible thing, you know? canine. It's probably not the answer you really wanted, but canine. Um, yeah. Um, I think companions are hard. Um, it's hard to pick one because if you took any of the companions and put them with a different version of the Doctor, they probably don't work. I mean, much as I do remember some of the ones from back in the 80s, I don't have much memory of what they were like. I remember the little dancer redhead, and I remember Ace. But I don't really remember them. I remember they were there, but I don't, because of course the story was about the Doctor. Whereas since the revival, it's been slightly more equal footings about the Doctor and the companion, rather than Doctor, oh yeah, and he has a companion kind of thing, right? And even though in a number of them the Doctor has been on his own, some of the David Tennant ones where there were no direct companions been perfectly good. I did like Amy and Rory. Obviously, I named my dogs after them, but I did like Amy and Rory, but I really don't think they'd have worked with any of the other Doctors. But again, 90% of the stories were about the Doctor. But again, the stories were really about the Doctor. And actually, it really has surprised me. One thing that having rewatched them a few times, there are a surprisingly number of poor choices that the BBC made. Let me explain. If you think of when Amy goes to the museum on the Vincent van Gogh episode, they reuse that foyer. No, but you'll vaguely remember they go and see Van Gogh in a museum. Well, the museum isn't the one they claim it is. When the Doctor's put Amy in the Pandorica, they used the same building as when they used it as the Great. They used the same building it is exactly the same building for the art museum, as well as the Great Library in the one where the Doctor doesn't have a companion and first meets River Song. The bit where Amy gets trapped in the two streams is reused in an episode with Missy, where Missy almost first pops up and tells the android person dude that he's found basically heaven. it's the same garden. Now I noticed the garden one because I kind of went, that looked familiar, and I noticed the Great Library and the Pandorica one were the same, but having watched it recently, well, of course originally it was. Originally exactly how it was made, much like Red Dwarf and Wayne's World kind of thing. They were all made with basically a load of sticky back plastic, some super glue, and a wing and a prayer. And they were great for it. And sometimes having all the money in the world doesn't make it better. In the one where they say no more and you meet John Hurt as the Doctor, and they have like 4 Doctors in the same episode, because there's David Tennant, Matt Smith, John Hurt, and of course Tom Baker. Hurrah! Yes, you have to be way more creative, but you also remember to try and mask that you're saving money. Whereas when you've got money, you don't pay as much attention. You don't have that how to dress it up 1,000 ways to look completely different. And I'm currently on the Peter Capaldi version of Doctor Who at the moment, having started from Chris Eccleston, and I'm off this week, so I might actually go back and watch some more of the originals. I'm talking like, you know, Patrick Troughton and stuff. But it is kind of weird to me how, with all, you know, bear in mind, ever since Chris Eccleston has come back, the BBC has had a lot more money for it, a lot more potential for it. You know, graphics, sets, and everything have improved, and yet they reuse the same couple of buildings. There was something else, and you're kind of like, but that was you've used that area before. It wasn't Amy's house or anything, but it was something very similar, and it's kind of like, we've seen that before. And I know that obviously to an extent the BBC will rent out a bunch of houses probably and then try and get as much use out of them as they can and all the rest of it. But there is a time when you're sitting there going, you've got all that money and you didn't even, like, you know, paint it or make it look a bit different. I think the place, because in the one with the 4 Doctors, you see it's the same building that they have for, it is the same building as the Great Library. It's all in the same building. And I think, you know, realising that spoils it. It really, really does. Because you're thinking, in all of time and space, you're going to come back to the same building every time, but use it for something completely different. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways that was part of the problem with the Jodie Whittaker. I keep calling her Jodie Foster. Go with it. Jodie Whittaker ones. I think because the entire ship was set in Sheffield for nearly the whole season. Now I know she, you know, as part of the story, she lost the TARDIS initially, but because she fell out of it. But it's kind of like, really? And many of her stories, with all due respect to Doctor Who, there's been lots of incarnations in Doctor Who episodes where we have met famous people. And while we met famous people, we did not dwell so much on the famous people. I mean, we met Charles Dickens. We've you know, we've done lots of things like that. William Shakespeare, but we didn't turn it into a school special. We didn't have it as a history lesson. We didn't have it. You know, historical facts were mentioned. We met Agatha Christie. We've met lots of, gone back and met lots of famous people. But they were, again, a bit like the Companions originally, a byproduct, not the main event. And it strikes me that we're losing that. We're losing that. Well, we lost that for a while with Jodie Whittaker, because it was things like, the Rosa Parks, and don't get me wrong, they are valuable, important pieces of history, but how do you section out one over the others? Why, with all the things that, I mean, we had Winston Churchill, and it was during the war, but it wasn't really about the war, it was about the Daleks. So with that in mind, we lost that sense of still making it Doctor Who. We had too much history lesson and not enough Doctor Who in it. And I think that's what put me off the earlier Jodie Whittaker ones, was because, well, if I wanted to watch a history lesson, I'd watch Time Team. And I do like watching Time Team. When I watch Doctor Who, I'm watching it for the aliens and the time travel and the and the stuff, not, a history lesson. So I don't know. I think the BBC have got a big hill to climb ahead of them, because, since David Tennant left, it seems to have gone astray a little. And now some of that was, again, because they got rid of the writers, as well as, Doctor Who changed, the writer changed. Too much changed. You can change a lot over a course of time, and people won't entirely notice. So well, to be honest, bringing back David Tennant, much as we all wanted it, was a cry for help. Because if you think about it, there's also another version of the Doctor floating around. In one of the episodes, we meet a coloured lady who is also the Doctor. Well, she's still out there. We don't even really know anything about her. But she was the Doctor. So, what, there's three of them now? I mean, they're going to start running into each other at this rate. It's... As I say, I don't know quite how you'd go about recovering from that. It doesn't feel like, the kind of thing you want to be trying to work round, I'm just going to try and put this on again. There we go. There, see? then we get pokey stick like this and put it in the hole. Like that. You can't see this, but I have just put my lace on my roller thingy. I wiggle it forward. Look, there it is. It's on my roller thingy. It's not exactly straight, but you know, it's on my roller thing. Possibly a little bit tight, but yeah, it's probably a bit overly tight, to be honest. Problem is, hang on, something's caught on something. Something's distinctly unhappy. There's something's caught. I don't know what it is. No, it's a pin. That's what it is. It's pulling it all out of shape. If I put that there. Is that another flappy thing? It bloody is as well. It's still a bit tight to the pins this end, so I can drop it down a bit. Another bloody flappy thing. Anyway, yeah, I hate the fact that Doctor Who seems to be falling apart. You know, they hop from almost bad to worse. And well, there's no real reason for it. It's, you know, it's there's no reason why it has to be worse, if you know what I mean. But somehow it kind of is. Let me grab some of these and put them into here. So how many do I need? I've got 1, 2, 3. So I need 3. Skew up. 1, 2. Well, it is, and I think it's beginning to feel like what JK did to Harry Potter. Well, it is, and you know, it's going to be difficult to hit every demographic and do everything right every time, but they do seem to have kind of bounced from bad to worse and back again for a while, and they could do with getting it right for a bit, because of course that is one of the advantages of Doctor Who, is that changing actors and you know, almost having little continuity week to week is an option. Because while you time travel and you know, you can pick up a random dude or meet some random people, you know, it does not have to be a continuous story per se. You do not have to have kind of the subplot stuff that we generally have got used to having. You can have, you know, pops up here, does a random thing, and next week it's entirely different. So with that in mind, there is a lot that they could still do, and I think a lot of places they could go. But I do think they've got to be careful, because I think if they get it wrong again, people will start really believing that they can ever get it right again. Rough nail. Yeah, I do think they have to be careful of what they do. I mean, it was the same when they brought it back, Chris Eccleston. That could have gone really badly. But he did a really great job at that. And, you know, I am one of the people who was sad he only did it for a season. I'd have loved for him to have done a bit more. But I do understand that, you know, apparently things were not swimmingly between them, and so that's never going to happen. Which is why he won't really ever be in any of the, you know, the... I did. And I can't necessarily say it wasn't because, you know, when he brought it back, we'd been without Doctor Who for so long, and he was very infectious. I have always taken time to warm to new Doctors. First to put my hand up to that. You know, when they reincarnate, I don't just kind of go, oh, well, that's a shame. Right, who's next? Oh, that's cool. I always take a bit of a while to warm up to the new ones. And I will say that the first episode with David Tennant, the first episode with Matt Smith, David Tennant actually took me a couple. But now I know how good he is overall, I rewatch it and wonder why I didn't trust him from the start. Chris Eccleston, from the moment you heard, because pretty much his first words are "run," right? I was hooked. I had no problem, because we had no Doctor Who for a really, really, really long time, and it wasn't like I was still holding love for the last one, because hell, I barely remembered the last one, right? I also didn't like Sylvester McCoy and some of the later ones either, so let's ignore that. So with that in mind, Chris Eccleston absolutely floated my boat as the Doctor. David Tennant, after a couple of episodes, I was good with that. Matt Smith reminded me of someone I worked with in that they were young. They were very young, but they had an older Matt. They were felt like it was like someone time travelled them out of the 60s, right? And Matt Smith kind of felt like that to me, is that he was clearly a young guy. In fact, he was one of the youngest people they'd had, but that he fitted the Doctor Who mentality of a much older man in a younger man's body. And so, although I didn't take to him, or Amy, for that matter, for the first couple of episodes, even though I really liked I liked the episode, you know, the episodes themselves were good, I just hadn't really kind of got on board with the Doctor at the time. Peter Capaldi. Now, he was a very different Doctor, especially coming from someone so young, going to someone so old. But I liked his sense of humour, and so, again, an episode, the first episode, I'm a little bit, you've changed it. After that, I was kind of cool with that. First episode of Jodie Whittaker, ew, what have you done? And 3 episodes later, I'm still going, no, I'm sorry. You put sprout water in me gravy. You know, it's, can you not? What the hell have you done? And I never really warmed up to her. To the point, while I watched it, I would usually not be paying a lot of attention because, well, I didn't really like it. And I think I skipped a few episodes, to be fair. I really do. And then, as she was about announced that she was stepping down from Doctor Who, I was like, oh, okay, good, I'll watch. And I caught an episode, and the latter episodes, involving more of our normal kind of enemies, they weren't so bad. But part of that seemed to be because she was leaving. So the final few episodes, I'm not going to say I loved them, but they were good. They were alright. And her as a doctor, I think part of the reason that she wound me up was her calling her companions, because she had a small entourage of them after all, fam. You know, it just... No. That really hurt. That one really grated a bit too raw, that one. That was not a good plan. Yep. As in family. But yeah, she called the entourage fam. Because there was... I think it was originally all one family. I would have to go back and check. But in the first episode, she meets wife and husband and their son, and I'm sure it's their daughter or their daughter-in-law or something. Yeah, it just didn't quite fit. I mean, gang would have been maybe, you know, like Cool and the Gang, you know. But it was also the fact that she had like 3 or 4 of them. It was a bit much. It was almost like Scooby Doo, you know. It's the we do not need, you know, 4 Klingons and the main event. You know, it kind of made her lost in her own series, you know. And as I said, I just didn't settle with the stories. I just found it very, very difficult to feel that it was right. It kind of... It'd be like going to church, you know, in a Catholic church or whatever, and then hearing about Allah and another gods. You'd be kind of going, I'm sorry, can I just go check which door I came through here? It was just kind of, it didn't really fit. And, you know, part of the joys of Doctor Who is being able to try weird and wacky things. But when it didn't work, how long is it not gonna work for before you start paying attention to the fact that it's not actually working? But of course, the other problem is that by the time we watch the Doctor Who episodes, they've usually filmed the next season. So if they take it to a place that really doesn't click with the audience, well, it's a bit late. They've already recorded an entire year's worth. And I do think that is part of the downside of it, is they do film so much in advance that if it doesn't work, it's hard to build a kind of contingency plan. still think there are too many pins. To be honest, I don't really watch that many. I watch a bunch of films. I don't generally have that problem. That's fair enough. I've been known. Usually when the dog dies in a film, actually, but I have been known. I've been known to cry like a small child. Oh, and when in Doctor Who that they killed off K9 and then brought him back, yeah, I fucking cried like a baby. So you know, I'm definitely not exactly immune to all of that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's compulsory when the dog dies. Yeah, and 9 times out of 10, it's not an essential part of the program either, and they could have not done it. In my view, I mean, there are times when it is part of the program. So, I Am Legend, when he has to kill his dog, that is kind of an essential part of the film. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still makes me cry. Don't watch it. If you haven't seen it, don't watch it. I also watched a film, and I can't remember what it was called, but basically it was this couple on a boat and a nut job. They pick up a nut jobber out at sea because his boat has died, and they end up, he's trying to kill them, and he's trying to break through the door. She gets hold of a harpoon thing, hears something at the door, shoots it, turns out it was the dog. Yeah, I couldn't watch the film after that. I have stopped reading a book because of that. Stephen King, Needful Things. The TV program thing that they made, the film type thing that they made of it, was really, really good. The book, as always, is a lot more graphic. Now, in the book, 2 neighbours. One neighbour is persuaded to throw mud at the washing of the other. The neighbour who gets the dirty laundry basically has a go at the next door neighbour because she knows it was her. And they end up hatcheting each other to death under the streetlight. And my brain just kind of went, okay, we didn't need to do this. Because that's at one point, having thrown mud at the laundry, she kills the other one's dog, which is, I think, why she ends up hatcheting. Anyway, it got a bit out of hand and a little bit much, and a little bit kind of, really? Was this the best use of everything? Really? Did we need this? Yeah. Now, I mean, if you don't know, obviously, like always, especially in horror films that have come from books. For example, if you've, that's right, it got caught on a pin and it's a bit out of shape. If you, Misery. If you've ever read Misery, you'll know how tame that film is. But you need to have read the book. Um, Now, in the film, she hobbles him, which is a very distinctly painful process. And no one's going to deny that. In the film, she cuts his dick off. And his tongue. So, and that's kind of well described in the book. So, like a lot of these things, there are things, as I said, like everything, there are things you can cut out, things that are essential, and like that, they didn't deem it essential enough to include it in the film. And they were right, because, well, it wasn't essential. It's not an essential part of the film. It's, hobbling him is enough. Making him a cripple is enough. Maiming the poor bloke is more than plenty. You do not need to do the full Monty. And to be honest, I think that says a lot about the mind of Stephen King, in that he didn't need to go that far in his book, but he did. And so with that in mind, there is a bit of me that kind of feels that Stephen King is, well, frankly, a tad crazier than perhaps we feel is essential. I personally would feel is essential for the writing of a book. So I'm just moving this a bit more out of the way because I don't like it being so near these pins. So yeah, it is a lot, and it's a really good read. I mean, 99.999% of the book is in that film. But she does more than break his ankles. And well, I think it shows. Now, a long time ago, and I don't remember about whose books he was referring. My dad once said that there was a series of books, and if you read them in the order that the guy had written them in, not the order he intended the story to be told in, i.e. it'd be a bit like J.K. Rowling writing, instead of writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of thing, right? She writes 1, 5, 2, 4, 3, right? If you read them in the order to which he wrote them, you can see his descent into madness. And that's kind of how I feel a little bit about Stephen King, is that some of his books, maybe the line was a little bit behind him. He had crossed it somewhat. And that, sanity was somewhat on the other island. And, with all the best will in the world, if you've got a chronic imagination like most writers do, for a man who specialised in kind of more horror type stories, is it too surprising when he's a little bit crazy? No, not really. After all, one man's crazy is another man's passion. But I do think, like everything, the average line was a little behind him for a while. But at the same time, The Green Mile was a spectacular story. And I remember him writing that, because it would come out in little booklets, and you could almost vote and make comment on things for the future. I don't remember how you were supposed to write in and do that, because it was kind of very early internet-y kind of type level, but it was, it was certainly, as one of his more recent books, it's a spectacular book. there's a bit of crazy in it, but well, it needed a bit crazy because of what it was about being a bit crazy. I like watching a lot of horror movies, and some of the movies, I mean, some of them are terrible. In fact, quite a lot of them are terrible. But I do think that in some of them, they're movies that didn't need to be, they're stories that didn't need to be told. It's a bit like remaking Spider-Man for the 20 and Batman for the 20,000th time. With all the stories out there in the entire universe, could you not pick a new one? Could you not pick a slightly less shit one, you know, or whatever the case may be? I mean, there are millions of writers around the world telling glorious stories, and some of them are amazing. And you chose that? Really? Do you read? I mean, I'm not a big reader, but if I've read better books, you know? So yeah, I think it is a difficult thing. I think it is a difficult thing, but I do hope that, you know, now that Stephen King has returned to the more normal side of the world, you know, but he's no spring chicken. He's got to be a good few years old now. I mean, how old is Stephen King? Hang on. He's 77. So, you know, he's hardly going to be pulling 20-hour days writing a story, you know? But I do hope that he gets to write a few more stories before his time is due. Now, speaking of good stories, the best story, Good Omens, I was really worried because for years they talked about making a film and no film came. Then, almost the instant Terry Pratchett dies, the series is announced. And I was really worried that without him, because of course it was a joint effort, the story could be spoiled, because it is such a brilliant book. But I was very pleased with the series. I mean, some liberties were taken. I'm not going to pretend that there weren't a couple. But in 99% of it was spot on, and it was well done. When there was the announcement, oh, we're going to do Good Omens 2, we were planning on writing it, we never got round to it. Well, there'd never been a mention of Good Omens 2, and I was really worried that that was going to be pants. I'm not convinced there was enough Terry Pratchett in Good Omens 2, the series, that is, obviously. I don't think that it's everything it would have been if he'd been alive. But at the same time, it wasn't bad. I do feel kind of casting Crowley as Raphael almost as lovers is a little bit of a stretch, but they're certainly good friends, and they've been good friends for many centuries after all. And I do think it was because there was some good humour, it was certainly not unbecoming of the name. I'm just not sure there was quite right, but it was certainly a good story. So I just hope they don't kind of do the Klingon thing and do like 20 more, Because we all know that, you know, once they start making a bit of money out of something, they don't half love to milk it in the film industry. And so I am a little worried that it will get overly done. Although, if you watch Staged, that was very well done. I like Staged, which is also Martin Sheen and David Tennant. I did love that. I did love how that turned out. I like that. I hope they make more of that. Because that's much more of a casual David Tennant and Martin Sheen bouncing off each other kind of. It feels genuine, like they phone up and like have a chat, even if it is scripted. But it feels much more genuinely like two good friends phoning up and having a chat. So yeah, I hope they do more of that. I like Stage. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. It's 2:30. We have done well. We have breached 6 inches. We're at about 6.5, to be honest, give or take a little bit. So, but I shall see you tomorrow afternoon in about 11.5 hours. Take care, everybody, and I shall see you tomorrow. Sleep well, everybody. No.